Hello? Hello, hello? That's it. Okay. I fixed it. My microphone was muted. Yep. Yep. See, now I have checks and checks in place to make sure that my microphone isn't muted so I don't just play the whole stream with a muted microphone. Hello, welcome to Dyson Sphere program. We're back with more late night stream. Yes, as I was saying before I noticed I was muted. Apologies for being late. Had some things come up, and for not streaming last night as I intended to. A lot of like bad things happened right at the end of the night, and it ruined my brain space. And I'm like, I'm gonna go to sleep, cause this is a horrible day. Anyway, hello, True. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Today, we're going to be beginning the production aspect of our factory. Ooh, look at all of this beautiful smelting.
Flight mode.
I forgot which way is which on my factory. This is where I want to start putting production. I need to move this or delete this and put some stuff over there. And yeah, and then delete this. Okay. I'm going the wrong way. And I'm on a little bit of a time limit with this because, well, not a little bit. There's hardly any time limit, but what are you doing? I'm doing this. Are you already empty from over here? Yes. Okay, well, if you're empty, you don't need to be here, do you? It means that these are empty. Okay. Down some power right there to jump that straight over there. Right. We're gonna put down some more boxes down here. This is gonna catch the overflow that I'm expecting. Okay. Come on, I want to pick the box. Is it giving me no option to actually choose this box?
Like you're gonna work on your job.
Okay. So I guess it's gonna be all kinds of problematic. So we will just fill up these boxes with items there. Where is it? This. Here we go. I wouldn't say that's a silly thing. It's no sillier than the stuff I get up to when I've been writing my story. Because at one point, I already had like about 10 books worth of story, right? I had quite a bit of story. And at one point, one of my characters disappeared. Everybody thought she was dead, but that she did not have signs of death. If that's... It makes sense in the context of the story, right? Because when Arkans die, certain things happen, and none of the things happened. So, although she wasn't there, she wasn't dead, and a couple of characters in the story caught on to that. Well, one day I was just like stumbling along, trying to figure out where the story was going to go, and I made the mistake of see, one of the things that I do to get my story, it's gonna sound crazy. It sounds crazy to everybody who's not a writer. I sit down and I interview my characters, right? And I found the best way that I have to come up with any kind of a story is to interview my characters and get them to tell me their story, right? During like the interview. So I ask them, you know, what's going on here? Where were you? Was something happening? And all of that stuff. And I made the mistake of talking to one of my characters and just getting them to tell me where they had been and what had been going on. While they were gone for like a book and a half, right? Like, where were you? What was happening? And I went down this whole tangent of a side story that turned into a whole brand new novel, because I was asking questions like, oh, well, you know, where were they for a year and a half? And so before you even get everything that you have in your brain outlined, you have whole new sections that are popping up in your brain waiting for outline, because you asked the question and you just had to follow one of your characters down the rabbit hole of mistakes that they'd made. Okay, we need some power. Something happened in your first book. You put a bit about a horse not wanting to pull a cart. It took 2 days to come up with a way for the characters to twist me. Yep. Yep, I totally understand that. Oh, no. This one's okay. That one can be removed. This one needs to go back, though. Mining. That reconnect. You know, if I just set you to accept copper as well. These belts don't need to be like full. Yeah. And they can just share. That way we'll start getting that copper drained. Yeah. And that import will just flash. It's fine. Yeah, and everything just continues as normal. Yeah, why didn't I think of that before? It would have been a brilliant idea. Brilliant! What's going on here? Oh. I mean, if it works. I'm feeling all maniacal and evil laugh today. Because yesterday, while I was working on like other actual work stuff, I was watching the Voyager episode about the Bride of Chaotica. Yeah, so now I've got like maniacal evil villain laughs in my brain. It's all Tom Paris's fault. Full power to the death ray. Okay. Raise the lightning shield. That was a great episode. It was wonderfully stupid. Your fiendish evilness knows no bounds. Some of the greatest lines ever. Look, we're gonna have to review how you spend your free time, Mr. Paris. One more stack. I really need a stack. A 2 stack for my stuff. Oh. Let's grab all of that at once, and we can get this. There are a lot of Voyager episodes that I like. A lot of them are filler episodes. That is true of Voyager. Voyager does have a lot of filler. Okay, what can also be deconstructed here? This can. Let's see, what were some of my favorite episodes of Voyager? Let's see if I can start like in the early seasons and move down. What do I really like from season 1? There's not a whole lot to season 1. I only had like 16 episodes. And most of season 1, I would say, is very forgettable. An episode that sticks out to me the most is one called Learning Curve. So there's an episode in season 1 of Voyager called Learning Curve, where there's some Maquis crew members that are not getting along with everybody else, and so Tuvok has to put them on like a training regimen, and then they get like ambushed by, I think, the Kazon, and they get stuck in a part of the ship, and Tuvok like risks his life to save the crew members, because they're not listening to him, and then Tuvok has to like almost die trying to save them because they didn't listen to him. He's like, next time just do it. Like, he was frustrated in that Vulcan kind of frustrated way. Okay, I need to turn these off as well. Either gonna be another. Yeah, Chakotay. They said they didn't want to do things the Starfleet way, so Chakotay just decks the guy. He's like, okay, let's do it the Maquis way then. that was probably, I think, the best episode of season 1 was that episode. That is a really good episode. Are we out of the main line right here? I think so. Kinda. Yeah, we're well off the main line right there. Okay. Oh. So yeah, I really like that episode. Going into season 2, I need to pull up like an episode list here. I don't. Let me. What is a good episode list for it? Paramount Plus, because I have just a list right here of all the episodes. Let's talk about Star Trek while I'm building things in Dyson Sphere. Is that the only one in season 1 that I would be interested in? It is, in fact, the last episode of season 1, episode 16, Learning Curve. Okay. Season 2 opens up kind of weak with the 37s. What is the coolest thing about season 2? Oh, I clicked something. Oh no. The whole world is crashing. Stop. How do I go back? Okay. So, let's get a plan going here, and then we will continue to talk about about searching. Right off the bat, I think we're gonna do these across here like this. So we'll start with a logistics station, say about right here. Now we are going to be making magnetic coils first off. So we're going to need only 2 items for magnetic coils, 2 of the magnets, and 1 of the copper ingots. So we're going to run a line of production machines, say 10 across, 1 off of the line. And this line is going to need 2 inputs and an output. So let's just do it like this, where we have input belt, second slot, input belt down to the first slot, and then output belt all the way down like this. And then we can run other line production machines just right in front of it, outputting to the same belt and inputting from these 2 belts. Okay. Why don't we double it up like this? Those 10 machines right there. Give it a space and put 10 more right here, right? Yeah, and then right here in the middle, easier to run the belts before you put the machines down. And our output belt right there. That down right there. Run that right there. Just like that. Do you're going to be making magnets. So you are going to be requesting copper ingots and rings. And now I can just request these in like this. Okay. And everything that comes from over there should be proliferated, but everything that comes out of here needs to be proliferated. We will do this on these 3 tracks and get that proliferation going solidly right there. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, yeah. So we're going to be coming out right here on copper. We're going to be coming out right here on magnets. And right here on copper. Me putting things down the wrong place immediately. Here with magnets. Here with magnets. Here with copper. Right here with copper. Right here, magnets. Then, right here with proliferation fluid. Oh, you also need to be requesting my free proliferation fluid. Okay. Go ahead and get power set to this guy. Now, put power here. Do this. Right. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. Okay. We're going to pull in from here and there.
Mineral depleted.
Output to right there. You are going to be getting this. Lovely. Okay. Now these belts are going to need to be extended all the way down. So we're going to have you pulling in from right here, and right here, you from right there, and right there. You're going to be outputting to right there. You're going to be outputting to the middle right there. Both of you guys are going to be making rings. Okay, so now I should be able to just do this.
Mineral depleted.
No, not there. Here. Okay, so you are going to be fucking copper. In from right here and right there. And outputting there. Did I forget to set this to rings? Oops. I think it looks like I did. Oh. Do I want to put a buffer right here? I have space to route it in. I've already got buffers for these elements over here, like big buffers. I don't think I would need an input buffer, but I do want an output buffer. Oh, we need to back these guys up. Okay. We'll be outputting to right there. Inputting from here and here. And producing coils. Okay, then right here. Distant Origin? What was Distant Origin about? I don't remember that title right off. Wait, was that the one about the dinosaur people? The one that show up in STO? Yeah, I do remember that. I offset that by 1 from where I wanted it to be. What was that species called? The Voth. That's right, they were called the Voth. I remember them from STO. They showed up in the Dyson Sphere storyline. When they were investigating that other Dyson Sphere, what was it called? Solanae? They were trying to take over the Solanae Dyson Sphere. I remember that. I've actually played STO. Oh yeah, because they only had like the 1 episode in Voyager, didn't they? And you are going to be taking in coils for supply, yes. And then we want to...
Mineral depleted.
I'm gonna have to do this to these guys. Actually, I can get away with a little more uniformity, I think, by doing that. Booyah! There we go. Magnetic coils in production, entirely using the drone network. No bots, only drones. Okay. Let's pop up here and take a look at season 2. The first episode in season 2 that is catching my attention is Death Wish, where the Q wanted to commit suicide. I like episodes involving the Q. The Q has always been one of my favorite storylines, and Q wanting to commit suicide and then Q not letting them. Yeah, Quinn. I like that episode. The only other episode in season 2 that really stood out to me was, I think it's The Thaw. Is it The Thaw?
Mineral depleted.
It's in one of the early seasons. See, Paramount doesn't actually tell me what these episodes are about. It only tells me the name of them. I think it's The Thaw. They go to a planet and they find some people that are in suspended animation, but the computer has created a program in there that is the embodiment of their fear, and it's wonderfully played by the comedian. What's his name? Oh my god, it's gonna bother me. Oh, I gotta run to Google. It's McLean, right? Michael McLean? Michael McKean, right. Wonderfully played by Michael McKean. Fear in that episode. I love the whole premise of the episode. I love how it's acted. I love how it's portrayed. I think it's easily one of the strongest episodes in all of Voyager is the thaw. I love it that much. And it ends on the perfect note when everything is just fading out and it's just the captain and Michael McKean's like fear character there. And the last two lines of the episode was him whispering, "I'm afraid," and Captain Janeway just replying, "I know." Black screen. Like, that is one of the best endings ever to a Star Trek episode. Love that episode. Fantastic episode. Oh, season 3. Season 3 opens again with a lot of meh. We don't really see any like real interesting stuff in season 3 until we get to the end when we get Distant Origin. Unity is a pretty good episode. Distant Origin is a great episode. Worst Case Scenario is a great episode. And then Scorpion Part 1 and 2 are good. But the rest of season 3 is just kind of meh. Like, okay, so we got this now. What we need to do now is take this and do this. We're just gonna snip this little guy up right here. Snip, snip. Use it right now. Right here. Nope. Rotate it and put it down like right here. Okay, I need to go to this corner. Ah. Ooh. 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 There we go. Oh. I see what's messing you up. Do this. Well, I think we've sorted out some pretty decent episodes so far. Granted, we've only picked like 2 or 3 episodes out of a whole season. Okay. Go ahead and press this so that I can clear that before anything happens. There we go. Okay. While we are getting this assembled for part 2, and I'm going to make a blueprint of this before everything happens. Let's take a look at episode 3. It starts getting better as we go along, I think. I already mentioned Scorpion part 1 and 2. I like those. There's a pretty good episode early in season 4 called Revulsion, with that hologram that hates organics and he murdered his entire crew. I kind of like the whole murder mystery aspect of that episode. I think that was a pretty good premise. The Year of Hell is a fantastic two-parter. I'm always a sucker for time travel stories, but I think The Year of Hell is a time travel story done really well. And I like how it ends on the note that the whole thing is gonna start over again. And I like the conclusion for the solution of the paradox that the time ship was creating, and that's to erase the time ship itself from the timeline. That is the only way to achieve the 100% restoration that they were looking for. Because I remember thinking that the first time I watched that episode, I'm like, well, they could just erase the time ship and that would fix everything, right?
Mineral depleted.
That's one of the reasons I like it though, because that is Voyager at some of its best right there. The episode right after that, Random Thoughts, is another one of my favorite. I have a lot of favorite episodes in season 4. Random Thoughts is an episode about the society that governs what people think. And B'Elanna has a guy bumps into her and she has a violent thought at him. And then the guy goes on later to murder somebody based on what they think is B'Elanna's violent thought. And there's a whole investigation into B'Elanna and like having violent thoughts and stuff. And ultimately, it's Tuvok who discovers that there's a whole black market on the planet of people dealing in violent thoughts. And they steal them from people that are coming to the planet to trade. And one of the reasons I like this episode is right at the end, Tuvok mind melds with this dude who wants to experience like violence and fear because it's not something that they experience in their society. And Tuvok gives him a lesson in fear. Like, I love that. Like, you want to experience fear, and he's mind melding with him, and the guy's like terrified and running away, and Tuvok just looks absolutely murderous, just marching towards the guy as he's like crushing his hand and doing. Yeah, I love that whole scene. I'm like, okay, that is actually fantastic and kind of terrifying. Oh, hold on a second. I'm gonna throw up my break screen real quick and be right back. Okay, I am back. So yeah, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, that Voyager episode, Random Thoughts, where Tuvok was being all like evil and stuff. I love that. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to use this, am I? Okay, let's see. What's the other things that I need? That needs 3 components. This needs 2 components. So we need to pour this. Okay, so you can be that. What other 2 component things can I use this layout for? Oh, this is a 1 component thing, so that's gonna need a new layout. That's a 3. That's a 2. Hi, back. I'm Dave. I see. Oh, crap. Okay. Be right back one more time. Well, that's slightly unnerving. So what's happening? I will tell you why I took the last 2 breaks. My apartment that I live in is partially underground, right? So 2/3 of my apartment is actually underground. So the windows that look out, that are like face height inside the apartment, are ground level outside of the apartment, right? So 2/3 of my apartment is underground. That being said, I live in the south of the United States, over on the East Coast. And we have these critters out here that we call palmetto bugs. They look kind of like a big cockroach. And some people call them water bugs. We call them palmetto bugs around here. And they are absolutely fucking everywhere. And every once in a while, because I'm on the ground level, they get into the house. And that's what I spotted over on the wall on the other side of the room. And I tried to go over there and get it, but it got away. And then it came back. That's when you don't leave the window open. Don't they have a screen? You have to have screens down here, or every bug in existence will get into your house. If you open the window for 5 seconds, and it's like the fucking plagues of Egypt in your room. Like you gotta have screens here. But yeah, the second break, I spotted it on the ceiling, like right behind my computer. So I went over there to get it, and it fell off the ceiling, and I don't know where it went. But my bed is right under that, so it's potentially somewhere on my bed. I moved all the covers and everything around, couldn't find it. So maybe it ran off the side and is now on the floor somewhere, but I don't see it on the floor. So it's potentially in my bed, which is... Why was he trying to microwave tuna? That sounds horrible. So yeah, that's why I was taking the break. I was trying to murder the bug. Okay, so that's 2. That's a 3. That's a 2. That's a 3. That's a 2. That's a 2. That's a 1. So that's gonna need its own design. So we'll put that right over here. That's a 3. That's a 2. That's a 2. That's a 2. That is a 3. That's a 2, but I don't think I'm gonna worry about this right now because I can't even make the second component for that yet. That's a 3, we'll worry about that later. That's a 3, we'll worry about that later. That's a 2 that we do need in production. That's a 1. That's a 1. That's a 2, and that's a 2. We want this. We want that. And we want this. And we want that. And this. One night while it was raining, we were both hanging in one of the dorm lobbies during the conversation. Somebody around that goes, "Is that a cat?" I have a similar story. So the engine components are all 2s as well. Those are 3s. That's a 2. That's a 3. That's a 3. I don't think we need to make hydrogen fuel rods since we have deuterium fuel rods. Those are both 3s. That's a 2. The cat was a pet of a nearby house. Could be. Okay, so this is how many of these 2 arrays that I need. What did we 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17. I need 17 minus 1, so 16. So I need to put down this configuration 16 times and then figure out a new configuration to put down. And then put down duplicate configurations for ingredients that we are running out of. Once I get everything going. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and make a copy of this. Just going to... Oop. We're going to call this... production of everything. We'll just do this. Bam, production. Just call this production 2. Like that. Production 2, because it takes 2 items. we want to use production 2 right now, in fact. Finding locations for production 2 is going to be a really fun challenge. I could probably get another one right here. If I fill in that hole, and then I could get one right here. They can be placed over here. We can get a couple of them. I wonder if I don't want to do this off-world. I have a lot of room up here, but the closest I can place it is in this line here, which I suppose I could place them around like this. Once I freed up some space. There's plenty of space over here on the other side to put these down.
Mineral depleted.
Oh. Okay, we can get 2 down right there. No one down right there. That's 3, 4. Probably get 2 down right here. Right here.
Flight mode.
Okay. We're gonna have to delete you. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 down. Let's see what. Let's see. 5. That's 6. Okay, we're gonna need to go back and grab some more foundation. I am having some foundational issues. Nope. Why don't we just start laying down foundation with decoration here, right? How big can I make this area? 10 by 10? We will pave the whole planet. Make way for the machines.
Mineral depleted.
This is my new hobby for the moment. can't have random water anywhere if the entire floor is covered with metal. We've ran out of foundation. It's okay. We have many more foundations. I've already plotted out which bodies of water I need, so I'm actually good to overwrite any bodies of water, like smaller ones that I come across here. Okay, we've made a complete ring around the planet right there. Oops. Okay. Ah, here we go. Is there an achievement for paving an entire planet? Okay. Gotta be careful here. Bam.
Mineral depleted.
Booyah. And the rest of this becomes machine. Lack of item. Okay. You know, a bunch of things just coalesced in my brain. It reminded me, when you came back with that "Hi back, I'm Dave," and then we were talking about rain. You should have seen the stream earlier today. I made a great dad joke in Horizon Zero Dawn, because it started raining in the game so hard that it was like raining sideways, and I literally couldn't see 2 steps in front of me. And I made a joke that it was raining so hard that I was going to need an arc. But it's cool because I know a guy. Right? See what I did there? The people in my chat at the time didn't get the joke, and I was sad. Oh, that was a good joke. Okay, do I need this? Like, I've got several water supplies. I think I can pay this. Ooh, I want to pay for that. Go ahead and get the rest of the polar cap squared away here. Hang on. Oh, there we go.
Mineral depleted.
All right. Yes, when the Sphere project is Dyson. Right now, I am paving a planet. Yes.
Mineral depleted.
So much parking space. The whole world is a parking lot. Well, right now, only about half the world is a parking lot. I'm getting to that other bit. Okay. As far as I know, it's mainly just aesthetics, except with regards to one thing. You can only build on foundation, which is where solid ground is. And there, on this planet, it was covered with a bunch of tiny little lakes and things. And so I was tired of always running across these lakes and then having to stop and go fill it in and then come back only for there to be another little tiny lake somewhere that I didn't see. So I'm like, you know what? I've got many boxes of foundation sitting over there. I've got 9.2 million soil piles. I'm going to pave the whole planet so I don't have to worry about that anymore. Lack of item? Oh, that's okay. I have plenty of more items. And look at that. Just like that, 47 more K of items. And this entire planet is about to be covered with production and machines anyway. So why not just make the whole planet metal? I know, right? Be metal. We'll get like some Dio playing in the background. That'd be great. The most metal planet ever. I don't know why I went to Dio. Nobody popping in my head right now. Like, who's the most metal guy? Dio. Oh, okay. I guess you could say Metallica, but yeah, I'm kind of hit and miss on Metallica. A lot of their stuff is good, but some of their stuff is just meh. Anybody have some favorite metal bands out there? Does anybody listen to metal music? Heavy metal? Death metal? Yeah, I can pave over this one. I have a couple of other big ones. That's fine. We'll just forget. No mistake was made if no evidence is present. Right. Right. Blind Guardian? I can see it. I've not listened to much Blind Guardian, but I have a buddy who listens to them. He likes to tell me that my music tastes are very eclectic. And it's it's true. When you listen to my musical playlist, it is very random, because I literally listen to music from everywhere. So my playlist will literally go from like Disturbed, right? And then the next moment it's playing like a piece of classical music, like In the Hall of the Mountain King, or Dies Irae by Mozart. And then like the moment after that, we're listening to like some classic rock and roll. And then it's like the Sailor Moon theme song. Fuck, I did it again. Fuck, I did it. This lake is rapidly shrinking. Fuck, I did it again. Yes, it must be even. So every time I fuck up, the lake gets a little bit smaller. Aha! Okay. I'm gonna go back over my my belt here, my power belt.
Mineral depleted.
We're gonna stop waving shit around while we're next to the now tinier lake. There we go. Ah. Perfection. Oops, I missed a spot. Perfection. Now, I shouldn't have any more problems with foundation. Right, blueprint mode? Right? No more foundational issues. This is how you spot foundation problems. You go to blueprint mode. The only places that aren't paved are the lakes that I'm going to be getting water from, and that geothermal station. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Minus 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 'kay. Yep, we're at 11. I can get 12 right there. 13 right here. 14 and 15 right here. And 16 if I take that down. Okay, I've got some power to redistribute. That's empty. I guess so. Okay. Hmm. old power floating around here that is not needed. If I put one power line right there, I can delete all of these over here. Oh, I missed a spot. Cleaning up the planet so that I can build new things. Okay, this needs to be cleaned up a lot. That doesn't need to exist at all. So we need to make a more direct connection between these two. There. Jones, get back over here and build that power line. You gotta keep the shield up. I missed a spot. Okay, let's just connect this over here.
Mineral depleted.
Connect that through there. No, you missed this last one. Very important. Power restored. Okay. Oh, that is drawing power from here. Well, soon the whole planet will be connected, so it won't be an issue. Jones, build these power lines, please. Okay. Now let's travel north. Sort out some power issues. We should be able. That is connected right there. Strikes me that these aren't needed over here. Don't need that because we can feed this power from over here. Build this. And then build this. Okay. Now that's taken care of. This can go the way of the dodo. Oops. EXFT. That's coming from right there. I can't naturally build there anyway. my drones are gone. Where'd they go? Where'd they go? Okay. Okay. Oh, so here we have a whole part that's not connected. Can that jump the bridge? We should probably put down two of them, I would think. One there and one there. Waiting for my drones. Here they come. I missed a spot. Okay. It's weird to see clouds on a completely metal planet. Okay. Go ahead. Do that. So that all shipping here stops. Oh, so this is going to be dismantled. Beautiful gray sphere, yes. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna run out of water as long as there's like lakes and stuff there. We are going to close this off as well. Okay. What we have in here? You know, that's out. Get most of that out. Okay, this and this and this and this and this and this and this. And this.
Mineral depleted.
Okay. Okay. What the? Oh my gosh. All right. Oops. Okay. Oh, no, 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 don't do that. Wrong mode. Ha 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 ha. Okay, pick up my litter. I can take this and this. Okay. Did I never connect anything to this guy? Like I put him down, but I didn't connect him? It would seem so. I'm gonna put another one right there. Okay, so that tells me I can just pick you up, because I don't actually need you. Pick that up. Nope, I don't want to pick this up yet, because there's so many items in here. Okay, is that the last of the old? I think it is. For you. Oh no, no, I got to do these guys. Okay. Yes. Okay, so I gotta move all of this stuff into storage boxes to be sorted out later because I need this space. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that's 11. Will that fit right there? 12. 13. 14. 15. 'That right on the money right there. Okay, so that's all 16 of those placed down. Now, what items am I missing for this list? Oh my god, I am missing so many things. Belt inserters. I'm missing logistics stations. Okay. Okay. Let's fly around and see how many things I can knock off the list with what I just provided. We've dropped that number by about 2,000. Okay. First, we need Tesla towers, which are going to be rings and iron. So we'll pull out iron. Actually, back the iron for the moment. What do I not need in my inventory right now? This and this. These, that, and that. Those. These. These. This.
Mineral depleted.
Okay. $22. I need to find a couple more coils. Like right here, all of the coils.
Replication complete.
Okay. Let's see if we can't get all of these remaining power facilities placed.
Replication complete.
Okay, all of the remaining power facilities are down. Now we want to make boxes, which is iron and stone. We have stone in our factory. Where'd I put? Ah, here it is. How many do we need? We need 156. $200 ought to do it.
Insufficient materials.
Okay, what else do we need now? What's the next cheapest thing? This. We're going to need some more exotic materials for this. But I think I got that covered too. I'm gonna start needing these. I'm going to need these at one point. Plasmic Saturn. Microcrystalline components. Okay. What do I need? 9. 50 of those guys buzzing. So that takes those two things off the board. need all of that graphene that I've got. And magnets. We need all the magnets. And turbines. All the magnets. All the graphene. I absolutely do not need Mark 1 belts. I've got so many of those. This, and this for right now. I need turbines. I have all the graphene that I need. I was a little bit worried about graphene, but I shouldn't be. I'm good with that. Go ahead and see if we can get most of these depots marked off. I wish there was a way to see the whole queue. But I'm just gonna have to do it in steps. Okay, that's okay. Let's go get the rest of these boxes down. Showing 55 boxes. Ah, here we go. Where am I missing boxes at? Still says that I'm missing 18 of them though. That's strange because nothing seems to be pointing to boxes. Here. Okay. Boxes eliminated. Now. Okay. Need to go find all of the magnets that we have. Turn that off for a moment because it's a little distracting. Magnets is what we just ran out of. Okay. So to make magnets, I need turbines. With turbines, I need okay. Magnets and graphene. Oh, wait a minute. I have more. A few more super magnets right there. Oh, lacking graphene. Okay, I have plenty of graphene over here. Yeah. And now we're back to lacking magnets.
Depleted.
Okay. So my recipe for magnets was a little bit of this. And
Insufficient materials.
graphene. I'm lost. Well, just oh, here it is. I hope that's enough graphene. Magnets. Irvine. Now it's gonna be getting tricky. Okay. We'll just let our drones start placing things in the different areas, land, so that's a little bit better. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, we were talking about Star Trek Voyager and some of my favorite Voyager episodes. I believe we were in season 4. Yeah, we were talking about Random Thoughts. The episode where Tuvok goes all crazy on that guy right at the end, which frankly is the main reason I like the episode. I love the conclusion and how it wraps up. And just like Tuvok's attitude on the whole thing. I like the episode. It's one of my favorites. I don't know if I would say it's one of the best episodes of the season. But it's one of my go-to episodes when I come back to Voyager. I would watch that episode before a lot of the other ones, certainly before most anything in the first couple of seasons. There are a couple of exceptions like Thal. Message in a Bottle was a pretty good episode, where the Doctor sends himself to the Alpha Quadrant through the relay, and he meets the EMH Mark II, and they save that ship from the Romulans. I like that episode because it was fairly comical and. Fly over here and get this one taken care of. Let's see, what else was in season 4? The Omega Directive. Yeah, Prometheus is awesome. I think that's season 5, if I'm not mistaken. But the Omega Directive is another episode of Voyager that I really like. And that's in season 4. Living Witness. That's another one. That's one of my favorites of the whole show. Where the Doctor's where the Doctor's program is found by this civilization like 700 years later. And they're trying to figure out what happened with the Voyager encounter. And they have him like down as this warship, and the Doctor's like an android. And then when they find out he's a hologram, he like upends their entire history. And then it skips ahead like another 700 years. Where the society is still growing and trying to figure things out, and talking about the incident where they found the Doctor's hologram and he stuck around for like 500 years as like their medical advisor and then left. Like I like that episode. I would like to see future Star Trek content that plays on that Doctor coming back to the Alpha Quadrant like 700 years later. Somebody's probably already done it. In season 5, in my I'm currently rewatching Voyager. Season 5 is where I'm at right now. Let's see. It's got a couple of episodes that I really like. I like Drone, the second episode, Voyager. The Warship Voyager. Oh my! I am tempted. I am tempted to try and find that. I'm currently flying around in a. What is the class of the Enterprise E? That's what I currently got. I have a retrofit of the Enterprise E's class. I can't remember what it is right off the top of my head, which bothers me. Why can't I remember what class the Enterprise E is?
Flight mode.
E. I know D is Galaxy class. Sovereign. Yes, Sovereign class. My current ship in STO is a Sovereign class. The upgrade one you get for being the 5-pip Admiral. It's the last ship that they give you for free. And I picked Sovereign. Just because I had more bridge officer slots, I could fill up a Sovereign. See, I want a ship that has like the max number of weapons on it, but then a bunch of science officer slots. I didn't pick one of the generic ones. I just kind of mix and matched between the options to put together what my ship looks like. Okay. Because I super customized my ships. I can turn that off. But let's see, what are some other interesting episodes? Infinite Regress is an interesting episode, if for no other reason that it shows off Jerry Ryan's acting ability. I am one of those players. Like, if I find out that I can customize something, I'm gonna sit there and customize it. I have done that on stream with games that give me customization options. If you let me colorize something, like, I'm gonna find a way to make green look awesome, because green is the best color ever. You can have other opinions, but it's okay to be wrong. Green is the best color. So I will find some way to make green look awesome on whatever it is I'm doing. And I did it on my ships, cause I'm playing as a Federation, so the best at mana ramp. True. Green is the best at ramp. For those who don't know, I am at least talking about Magic the Gathering. I assume True is too. But yeah, I like the Federation design because Like, I'm Federation, right? So I figure that any ship that comes off the line is gonna have Federation colors. So my ship needs to fly like Federation gray, right? As the whole of the ship. So I stuck with that. And then my ship has highlights in black and green. And all of the ships that I had have highlights in black and green. But the majority of the ship looks like a Starfleet ship. With just like a little bit of customization. I haven't spent any real money in the game. I've only gone off of free stuff, and I think there's only one other ship that I can actually get with free stuff, but I have to grind for it, and that's a Delta Flyer. But a lot of stuff you need like the refined dilithium for, or the little credits that you can buy. I forget what they're called. And you can trade refined dilithium for those credits, but I don't think the game is alive enough for the auction system to actually be functional. Because I have so much of the refined dilithium that I'm not using for anything. But I've left some up in the little auction thing for ages, waiting for somebody to make an offer. Or I think it's called Zen. And like there's nobody putting Zen up. Yeah. I assume the exchange is broken just because of a lack of player base playing the game. And most of the people that are playing are probably whales. So they're probably just buying everything out of pocket. If I had to wager a theory as to why the exchange isn't working, that would be it. Let's see, what's the next episode of Voyager that I really enjoyed? Counterpoint. I love the musical references in Counterpoint. And it shows how... I love it when the captains are a little bit devious. Because you don't really expect it of any of the Starfleet captains for them to just be straight up devious and manipulative, and Counterpoint is a great example of how manipulative Janeway can be. Cause she plays that dude like a fiddle. And as a musical nerd from school, I was in band the entire time that I was in high school. I was in the band, I was in the marching band, I played the trombone. And I studied all of the classical music stuff, music theory and everything. And an episode that is about deception at its heart, called Counterpoint, and how they bring the counterpoint in. I love that. Yeah, I saw on the captain's, I think it was called the Captain's Chair. It was a special where Kate Mulgrew said that Counterpoint was her favorite. And I can get behind that, because Counterpoint's a fantastic episode in my opinion. And just the idea of counterpoint in music is brilliant. two melodies playing on top of each other, where the bass notes, not bass as in bass, but bass as in the primary note of the structure. The harmonies build on top of each other. So it's two different melodies where they share a set of harmonies. I have that same box set somewhere because there were like 3 of them in that set. There was a Borg one, there was a time travel one, and then there was that one with the captain's favorites, and I have all 3 of those. The only one I currently know where it is the time travel one. It is in a box in my closet. Because I found that I don't really need them now that I have Paramount Plus, and I just have all of Star Trek right here. Yeah, Counterpoint is awesome. I don't remember Bacula's either. The Inner Light. I forget which episode that was. Oh yes, where he lives the whole life of that dude and he learns to play the flute. And then they give it to him at the end of the episode. Yeah, I remember that. That was a pretty good episode. I think my favorite episode of The Next Generation is Darmok. Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra. It was that story that actually made me want to go back and read the Epic of Gilgamesh. Because that was the story that Picard wanted to tell for some reason. Sure, okay, weird choice, but Gilgamesh and Enkidu. River Tamak in winter. Temba, his arms wide. Like, I love the whole premise of the episode, how the two captains get to know each other, and once again, the conclusion, where he just walks out on the bridge, he's like, hail the Temerian vessel. And he just carries on a conversation with them in their own language, and everybody else is just looking at him like, what the hell is happening? There are so many Enkidu jokes in Final Fantasy XIV, because one of the characters that's been a recurring character in Final Fantasy since 5 has been Gilgamesh. And Gilgamesh has a green chicken called Enkidu. And there are so many jokes. I remember playing with my free company, and I kept making like Gilgamesh and Enkidu jokes, and nobody in my free company was getting my jokes, and I was like, really? Really? Out of all the talking tyrants, none of you guys know about Gilgamesh. Nobody. Apparently not. The miniature giant space hamster. My favorite companion in 14 is probably Vivi, the little animatronic Vivi that you get, because Final Fantasy IX is still hands down my favorite Final Fantasy game. And so it's gotta be Vivi, man. It's gotta be Vivi.
Flight mode.
Okay. I think we got most of the components in place. Get around to where we're still missing a lot of stuff. Ah, here we go. Oh, yeah, we can get a lot of stuff put down right here. The play at the play at the very beginning.
Flight mode.
I want to be your canary. That's the name of the play. I was trying to think of it. I'm like, man, I can't say this is my favorite game and then forget the name of the only play that they reference 200 times. Lord Avon, which is a play on Shakespeare, because he was from Stratford upon Avon. Final Fantasy IX was the first game that I played on my Twitch channel. When I first streamed back in 2014, and it was the first RPG that I played when I started streaming again a year and a half ago. And I got a perfect on the minigame, I think on my second try.
Flight mode.
But that being said, I know the game inside and out. And I wasn't showing off a lot of speedrunning tricks in that playthrough as well. Because right before I did that, I was watching a lot of streams of Mutsuki and Spike Vegeta, who are both speedrunners of the game. We've rated Spike a couple times on the channel. He's a pretty cool guy. Speedruns Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy games and a whole bunch of other stuff. He's currently trying to play through every game on the SNES, which is crazy because a lot of those games are not good. And I think he's previously completed, I think where he was playing through all the NES games, which is an achievement in and of itself because that is pain. Okay.
Flight mode.
Yeah, a lot of those games are very not good.
Flight mode.
Okay. Ah, here we go. We got like 3 of them over here to build. So when it comes to the rest of this season, Bride of Chaotica is in season 5. I love that episode. It's a fantastic episode. I'm currently watching Gravity. So after that, what are some of my favorites? I like Think Tank. That was a fun episode. We gotta outthink the Think Tank. Because I had what's his name from Seinfeld in that episode too. And I remember when it first aired, I was a huge fan of Seinfeld. And I think Seinfeld had just ended when that episode aired. Once again, big fan of time travel, so Relativity is one of my favorites. And even though they recast Captain Braxton again in that episode, the actor that they cast in as Braxton in that episode is a little bit of a favorite of mine, because I know him from MacGyver, right? He was Jack Dalton in MacGyver since like season 1 or 2. Like the original MacGyver, not the remake that they did. And so seeing him in Voyager, I'm like, hey, I know him. He was in MacGyver. I like that. Yeah. Reminded me of MacGyver. B5? What is B5? I am not clicking with this name. Babylon 5. I'm not sure, because I haven't actually seen Babylon 5. I know, right? Yeah, so did I. The Jack episodes of MacGyver are some of my favorite episodes of MacGyver. So when he popped up in Deep Space Nine in Relativity, I'm like, yep, I like that. Plus, it's a time travel episode, and as I mentioned, so like I'm just a big fan of whenever time travel stuff pops up. Oh, speaking of time travel, you want to know what we can look forward to in about like half a month from now, according to Star Trek? The Bell Riots. Remember that DS9 episode where Cisco and Bashir go back in time? Yep, September 3rd, 2024. Yes. Because I remember watching that in the 90s. I'm like, okay, that might be what it's like in 2024. But, like, nope. 2024 and 1995 is basically the same, except that everybody has a smartphone now. Yeah, we slept through the eugenics wars. Bruce Travis McGill. I don't think I ever knew his name. Because every time I see him, I think of Jack Dalton. You know what other show I saw him in? Quantum Leap. He was the bartender that was like God, I guess, in the last episode of Quantum Leap. Not the remake, the original one.
Flight mode.
Okay. I think we've got everything placed that we can place. We are making belts. So I can just kind of park here. We will land. Yes, he was in the first episode. That's right. Oh yeah, 'cause they tied it together. It would be a really interesting idea for a novelist to write some Trek stories that explain the time travel events that should have happened that didn't happen and why they didn't happen. Like what changed to make the Bell Riots not happen, but then not affect the formation of Starfleet. He answers all the questions in Klingon. That is a nice dodge. And then ending off season 5 is Equinox, which is a nice, once again, a nice two-parter. In season 6, there's a couple of episodes that I really like here. After Equinox, episode 4, Tinker, Tenor, Doctor, Spy. Strange New Worlds as an explanation for the eugenics wars. I haven't watched all of Strange New Worlds yet. It's on my list, but I just haven't got to it. The actor that's playing Pike, though, I really like him as an actor. Like, I think I've only ever seen him in Star Trek, when he was in Discovery. But I really like the way that he's doing Pike. It's really interesting. The idea that Pike knew about his fate the entire time and that struggle, I really like that aspect of it. I've watched like the first season of Strange New Worlds. I need to go back and get caught up on it. But Tinker Tenor Doctor Spy is another one of my favorite episodes of Voyager. Did I ever see the Inhumans? I did not. Oops, don't click on that. Go this way. I love how that episode opens with Doctor singing La Donne Mobile, which is interesting as a song. And it's interesting because I've heard women do versions of that song, and they're singing the Italian lyrics, and I'm like, do you know what this song is about? It's always funny to me when I hear a woman singing La Donne Mobile. Because I wonder if they know what they're actually singing and what this song is about, what the play's about. Like a rough translation is woman is fickle. In that episode, the Doctor gives a pretty tame explanation about it. There's a guy on YouTube who made a short called Opera, I think it's Opera for Dummies or something like that. And he did a version of La Donne Mobile where he was just talking candidly about, he was singing the song, but he was singing about what the guy actually is, because he's like a misogynist and he takes advantage of women, and he thinks that women are the most fickle creatures on the planet. Yeah. I love the improvisation. We're just singing about Tuvok and Ponpar as if that's not one of the most private, delicate matters that a Vulcan ever experiences, and the Doctor's making a fucking musical about it. Let's see if I can find that. I'm a misogynist. I found it. Okay. I'm gonna link something in the Discord. So if you want to know a little bit more about La Donne Mobile, I just linked a little short by a wonderful guy on YouTube in the Discord, where he's explaining the premise of the opera. You heard a little bit of how that started right there. It doesn't get better. Let's see. What are some? There's a couple of good episodes in season 6. Dragon's Teeth is another one of my more favorite episodes where they wake up the Vaudoir. And Vaudoir is just a fun word to say, too. So it's got that going for it. I can't explain why I like that episode so much, but I do. It's one of the episodes that I go back to and watch. And there's one scene in that where the Vaudoir guy is like, when it's raining and you'll walk and you get caught in the rain, like, do you run from doorway to doorway getting wet all the time, or do you just accept the fact that it's raining and walk with dignity? I've never forgot that line, because he has a little bit of a point there. And of course, Janeway counters it. He's like, well, rain and plasma bombs are different things. He's like, the ideas are the same. Like, it's really not, but I've never forgotten that scene for some reason. The Voyager conspiracy is a pretty interesting one. Where Seven of Nine is trying to download information in Borg data modules, and every time she regenerates, her brain makes a conspiracy theory with the information. So each day, she has a brand new conspiracy that she brings to a different crew member, and almost incites a mutiny on the ship. Until everybody realized, oh hey, 7 of 9 might be malfunctioning. The next episode is Pathfinder. I kind of like Pathfinder, but it feels really cheesy. It felt like a way to just shoehorn in some Next Generation characters, where it didn't feel like an episode of Voyager. It felt like another episode of the Next Generation that had Voyager cast people appearing in it. So, like, it's hard to say on that one. Episode 12, Blink of an Eye, is a good episode. Yep. Where that civilization is out of phase time with everybody else, and you get to see the civilization at different points in their history, just looking up and seeing Voyager in the sky, and it's been like 15 minutes for Voyager. I like the contrast of seeing that valley in the Stone Age, in like the medieval times, in more like Renaissance times, and you see the more modern times, and then you see it all futuristic. And I like seeing the same valley over through the ages there. That was a really cool touch. The episode right after that, Virtuoso, is another one of my favorites. I like episodes that have to do with music as well. Like I said, music nerd. Virtuoso is a really interesting concept to, I mentioned the Year of Hell, that was in season 3, I think. The Year of Hell is I think it's probably the best of where Voyager was at, right? It's really the best of Voyager, I would say. That two-parter is just iconic. Like, if you're gonna show somebody Voyager, the Year of Hell two-parter is a really good episode to show them. Tsunkase, it's an interesting episode because it features Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson in one of his first acting roles outside of wrestling ever. I remember it was all over the TV. It was all over TV when that episode was about to air. The local news station picked it up. Everybody was talking about The Rock's gonna be on Star Trek. It was a huge thing. And then the episode was kind of, eh. And you had 7 of 9 fighting The Rock, and I'm like, that fight would last 3 seconds, and then she would be dead. The first one I liked with Quinn, and the whole suicide thing, I liked that episode. The following Q episodes, I agree, not so great. Not so great. Let's see. There's a lot of meh after Virtuoso. Fury is an interesting episode, the one that sees Keth come back. But once again, it felt like fan service to the character and not really a good payoff for the character. I think her original... Yes, we did get fluidic space. And I didn't mention the second episode that featured the Udine, where they made the recreation of Starfleet. And they had like an aggressive negotiation across the ready room table. I like that episode. That was pretty cool. Pretty cool. It's interesting that we didn't get the name of their species in that was brought out later, because their species is actually called the Udine, and this is mentioned in a couple of novels and in the Star Trek Online MMO, which, according to everybody who is behind in Star Trek, is canon. So their species is actually named the Udine. But on that episode, they just call them Species 8472. And I'm like, why didn't you just correct them and say, we have a name, you know. We don't need a Borg designation. I've leveled up on the Dark Fog Hive. Ooh, I am leveling up on the Dark Fog Hive. Okay. They do not seem to like what I'm doing on this planet. I am at 3.2%. What are they doing out here in space? What is the Hive doing? Oh, so the Udine isn't their actual name? Immediately we made it as Andromeda. Lifeline is a pretty good episode. I like the episodes that focus on Robert Picardo because he's a brilliant actor. I really like The Haunting of Deck 12. Just the premise that the whole show is like a scary story that Neelix is telling the Borg kids. That's The Haunting of Deck 12 is a really fun episode. Where are we at? We're at season 7 now. The last season. Unimatrix Zero. I like a lot of the Borg stuff. And there's a scene, I think. Yeah, a lot of people don't like his character, but that goes to show him as an actor even more. That he can play a character and get you to dislike the character that much. Like, as an actor, he's fantastic. Of the Borg stuff that happens in Voyager, Scorpion, Unimatrix Zero, and Endgame are three of my favorite two-part episodes because of how they deal with the Borg and how Janeway specifically deals with the Borg. Like, yeah, I think it's in Unimatrix Zero where she releases a virus into the collective that is starting to free Borg drones. And there's a showdown with her and the Borg Queen, and the Borg Queen is like, "This is Sphere 972. I can't hit one drone." And then she destroys the ship. And you can see Janeway is torn up about it, and Janeway turns to her and he's like, "You're gonna have to destroy the entire collective to find them all." Just a badass thing to say right there. Like, yeah, you're getting me, it's torn up, but you're gonna have to blow up your whole collective. Like, I think I can live with it.
Flight mode.
Okay, where are we missing something? Let's go to, okay, we're not gonna find that. We'll go over here. Okay, I still need 90 more belts. And we need magnets, and for magnets we need turbines, and for turbines we need engines. Okay. We need iron plates and gears. Let's go get these belts made. Here we go. That's 19. What are we lacking now? Okay, well, turbines. We need coils. I have those somewhere. Somewhere I have a lot of coils. Ha! Have more of those somewhere too. A lot of them over here. Let's put some stuff away.
Insufficient materials.
Okay. That should be enough for... Nope, 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 nope. Close the box. There. There. Okay. See, I didn't know that the actor that played Chakotay was in Lewis and Clark. I have heard the rumor that it was Tom Paris that was the kid who did the thing in Deadly Maneuver. As far as I know, that's a rumor. Okay, I need to make some of this. How many of those do I need? I need 9 of them. So I'm going to need iron, titanium, and a lot of particle containers. How do I make particle containers? Turbines, copper, and graphene. Okay. Well, I need the graphene back. I need copper. And I'm gonna have to make turbines. Which is coils, iron, and gears. Gears and the coils. Iron. Titanium alloy, got that right here. Titanium and steel. Got a lot of titanium ingots right here. Let's lower back down some of this. Make room for titanium. And we'll drop some copper in here. Make room for some steel, which I probably have in here, yeah. Okay, so that's 3. I'll make 5. What am I lacking for this? Turbines. Iron plates, most likely. There's 3 more. Okay. Again, it's turbines. Coils. There's 6 more, so that'll get those taken care of. So we've got the belt and those taken care of. So this is all that remains. I mean, 1. And I'm lacking magnets. Okay. Let's part some things I don't need. We are so close. We only need 90. Okay. This. For Mark IIs, we need turbines, engines, processors. Okay, so we're gonna need processors right off the bat. We're gonna need engines, which is all. We can make a lot of engines. Okay, we're good with engines. We're gonna need turbines. And we're gonna need processors. We'll pull up a lot of processors, which I have many of. Magnets, which are turbines. Copper. Where? I know I have a bunch of these floating around. I think the boxes over here have a lot. Oh, yeah. We will handle that short. There should be a lot of rings over here. Maybe there are. Oh boy. I'm gonna have to craft them. I may have to craft them. Would you look at that? Okay, so we need basic materials that are over here. Oh. Wait a minute. I don't have to craft them because the first one of these things that I built is making. Aha! Give me this. Give me all of these. What am I lacking? Turbines. What am I lacking? This. What am I lacking? Iron. Oh yeah. I know that it's the same actor, but I'm talking about in Star Trek lore. There is a theory going around on fans that he was enrolled in Starfleet under a pseudonym because he didn't want people to know that he was an admiral's son, and that's why he was in prison at the beginning of Voyager. I know that the writers were trying to make that connection in the show, but there was a legal reason why they couldn't and had to rename the character Tom Paris, because they were intending him to be the same character, and that's why he was locked up. But they never actually say anything in Voyager about what he did that got him that sentence. Robert Beltran portrayed a villain in Lois and Clark. See, I haven't watched Lois and Clark, so I don't know. But yeah. As you're saying, they did intend him to play the same character. But there was a legal reason why they had to change his name. I don't remember what it is, but I do remember there was something about the guy who wrote the story originally.
Insufficient materials.
put some... some of that back and go get some graphene.
Insufficient materials.
Andromeda, Stargate Andromeda, if I'm recalling correctly. Oh, Gene Roddenberry's Andromeda. To be fair, I didn't watch it.
Insufficient materials.
I'm not a big fan of Kevin Sorbo. I'm just gonna put that out there. Not a big fan.
Insufficient materials. Insufficient materials. Insufficient materials. Insufficient materials.
I haven't seen it. But I'm not opposed to watching it at some point.
Insufficient materials.
Oh, I need more coils. Okay.
Insufficient materials.
Here we go.
Insufficient materials. Insufficient materials. Insufficient materials. Insufficient materials.
This is a great way to work through all the back stock that I have over here. Now I'm gonna have to go get more iron from the sword. It's probably easier just to go this way.
Insufficient materials. Insufficient materials.
Graphene. Go back over here now. I have a couple stacks of that right here.
Insufficient
How many of
materials.
these do I need? little over 1,000. I've made a lot of them so far. Any more coils? More of the classical good versus evil. It was royalties. Oh yeah, for the Tom Paris. Yeah, royalties. I knew there was something that were keeping them from making that connection. And they ultimately decided not to do it. Green circuits. Ooh. I've been out of those in a minute. I do not need that many green circuits. Iron. Oh, you see what I did? I covered the entire planet in metal. I missed a spot. But I covered the entire planet in metal. I missed so many spots.
Flight mode.
I covered almost the entire planet in metal. Concrete. Oh, I did. I absolutely did. Look at this. The whole planet is gray, except for a couple spots like here and here, where I'm gonna put water pumps. And I may even fill this in a little bit more to put more water pumps. Like put a line through the middle to put like the maximum amount of water pumps here. I've got a couple of spots. There are 4 spots up top with water and 1 spot down here on the bottom where I'm going to be harvesting water. And I think I got another little tiny spot somewhere. Right here, maybe. Nope. Nope, I accidentally covered it up. Okay. But yeah, I got a couple spots where I'm going to be harvesting water. You can place the pumps, concrete, and the pumps still work. So these pumps are still working? Legit, they are. I'm gonna have the whole planet covered in metal. I'm gonna place the pumps and then concrete over that shit. But yeah, my little metal ball. What was I doing? Okay, yeah, we have those building, and I think we have enough of those, and we need iron and gears. That's right, we came over here to get iron. Point. I don't think I have gears here. No, they're over on the other one over here. Okay.
Insufficient materials.
Okay. So that should be everything that I need to get the rest of these facilities built. So we are just waiting for this queue to finish, which is going to take a long time. Okay. Is there anything else in season 7 that I'm a fan of? I'm a fan of a couple different episodes in 7. I like the drive. Because of the racing uniforms that they have with the white top look really sharp. And I like that there are uniforms like that in STO. I'm wearing a uniform like that in the game. And I like how the dynamic in Tom and Balana's relationship evolves in that episode. I think it's done really, really well. 2 episodes later, Critical Care, another one of my favorite episodes, where they kidnap the doctor and they put him in that hospital where everything is run by money and influence instead of what people actually need medically. And he puts the director of the hospital in like the worst place in the hospital. Like that was good. I really like that episode. The Void is another episode that I really like, when they get pulled into that anomaly. Author is another episode that I like, where the doctor writes his novel that portrays everybody on the ship as kind of villainous. I think all of 7's love triangles have been weird and forced. Cause she's had 7 of 9 is a character that's had a lot of growth over her arc in Star Trek. And all of her romances, or romance options, with the doctor falling for 7, that felt a little weird. 7 falling for Chakotay, that felt a little weird. 7 falling for, what's her name, Rafa, that felt weird. Like, I don't know, she doesn't really strike me as the kind of person who would be in a relationship with somebody else. And that might be what they were going for with her character, because obviously it didn't work out with Chakotay, and it didn't work out with Rafa, and she flat out rejected the doctor. And that, I think, is on par with her character. I don't think she's the kind of character that would be in that would be in a relationship. And spoilers for those who haven't seen the end of Picard, you can mute the stream for a moment. I really do hope they make that new series that covers 7 of 9 as the captain of the Enterprise G. Like, or was it? Yeah, it was G, I think.
Mineral.
I didn't see that coming. I didn't see that coming at all. Yeah, I know they brought her on for like sex appeal, which is why they put her in like a skin tight outfit. But then they actually made her a rather interesting character who had a lot of very interesting story arcs. And she was a very intellectual character. She really wasn't on the page, she didn't conform to the stereotype they were trying to force her into. So, like, ultimately, I don't think... Yeah, they did. And it's a lot of the same writers, which shows that they didn't really learn a whole lot from the problems with Troy. And it also goes to show that they didn't really understand their demographic all that well, because they kept trying to put sex appeal in a show where the fans really didn't care about it. I mean, yeah, you have a handful of fans that are all about that, because there's always people that are all about that. But the majority of Star Trek fans could care less about the sex appeal of the characters. That's not why they're watching the show. And I think in a lot of ways they missed that point multiple times. Every time they tried to bring on the character, and this character is like the sexy character, they missed with it. And I think that has more to do with the fan base of Star Trek than it does with anything else. Because they really didn't try all that hard with that. And that is where the problem is, I think. In trying to draw in new fans, they were trying to draw in fans that wouldn't necessarily be a fan of the show. Like, yeah, you can tease like the Baywatch crowd to come watch a few episodes of Star Trek, but they're not going to stick around for the content if that's not the kind of content that they like, even if there are sexy characters in the show. Like, Star Trek grew by their fan base spreading to other people like them. Say, hey, have you seen this show? And like the conventions and stuff like that. And it's one thing that they did learn in later years, that playing to their fans really does help build up the show. I mean, that's almost all that Picard was playing to the fan base. And 2 out of 3 seasons of Picard were pretty good. I'm not a huge fan of Picard, I will say. Yeah. I think it could have been done a little bit. Yeah, I didn't like the whole, like pretty much the whole first season. With regard to where Picard went in season 2 and 3, the whole first season didn't really have much of a point. And they could have condensed that storyline down into 2 seasons and made a better show of it. Right? Introducing the Borg back in and everything, like season 1 could have played directly into season 2 if they had taken the Romulus and Borg stuff and use that as the catalyst that kickstarted into season 2. Instead of just, whoop, that story's done. Here's a new story that also has the Borg, but not the same Borg. If they had connected that story and made it gracefully slide into season 2, that would have been really interesting, right? But the new actress that they brought on, that was kind of the main character of season 1 and 2, that ends up becoming the new Traveler because they bring Wesley back again, and make her the new Traveler. Yeah, it like the whole resolution of season 1 with Data and Picard being replaced by an android, I can see that for the payoff in season 3. Not the Data stuff, just the Picard stuff. Yeah, and then that's the problem because it really did feel like 3 shows. Like in season 1, they should have nixed all the data stuff and kept the Borg stuff and used that to propel into season 2. And then you get the whole thing with the Q wrap up and the Borg in season 2. But the main character that they brought on for seasons 1 and 2, that girl, they should have nixed her character and done something else, like with just use 7 of 9 in that place, and let 7 of 9 be the other side that's going against, because she was already going against the Romulans there anyway. And then when season 3 came around, you have Crusher's other son, who turns out to be just as special as Wesley was. So instead of making that girl from the first 2 seasons a new Traveler, they should have had Wesley come back and make her other son also a Traveler. Like, that just seems like it was laying there for them to do. And it would have made sense. And I think it would have had a bigger impact than Q visiting him from beyond the grave at the end of the season. Like, having it be Wesley there instead of Q would have had a much bigger impact, and it wouldn't have undermined Q's death from season 2. I think once that happened and Q died, we should not have. I know he could come there at an earlier point in his life because he can go anywhere, but it completely undermined Q's death when he reappeared in season 3. It should have been Wesley, but yeah, I'm not a writer for the show. I'm just writing my own novel. What do I know about storytelling and what would be exciting? A lot of people rave about season 3 of Picard, but I really didn't enjoy season 3 all that well. Well, I think part of the reason of the fall of Romulus was how obstinate the Romulan Star Empire. Oops, spoilers? I was not impressed with season 3. I will say that. I won't go into too terrible many more details, but they bring back a lot of the Next Generation characters in season 3 as if seasons 1 and 2 didn't happen. They bring the Borg back in season 3 as if seasons 1 and 2 didn't happen. They do the same thing with Q as if season 2 didn't happen. And then they bring back like all of the original cast of the Next Generation, and it just felt like instead of getting a slice of cake, you got a pile of frosting, and that's it. Like, there's no substance to it. It's just all sugar and like no cake. That's what that season felt like. Yeah. Good job. Yeah, if you watch season 3, and it has its moments that are really good. But it has most of its moments are just like, this is not how these characters would act, and like this just feels like fan servicey for the sake of being fan servicey. Yeah. I felt Discovery started off really strong. And it got more as it went on. The last season of Discovery that I watched was, I think season 3, the one where they introduced Spock, and they had the whole like time travel bit. Or it might have been the one after that. It was the one after that where they're in the future and there was like the burn, which I thought was stupid reveal that it turned out to be some kid on a planet that cried and burned up all the dilithium in the universe. I'm like, really? If you're gonna do something like all the dilithium in the universe is destroyed, make it fucking epic. Not like a baby on a planet cried and oops, that's it. Discovery got more silly as it went on. But it let us see a lot of cool future tech, like programmable matter, which I think is a really cool idea, and an idea that I think will actually, that's a science that I think will actually become a reality in the future. Because we are leaning in the direction of nanomachines and nanobots, and programmable matter, it seems like a natural evolution of that. Like Goku, the baby killed his guardian. Yep. But Goku did it first. And only in the original anime, too, because I watched that live action show, and they were not badass enough to have Goku as the Great Ape step on and kill his grandfather. They were not badass enough to do it. I'm a big Dragon Ball fan. If it's nerdy, I've probably seen it. Although you guys have found a couple of things like Andromeda and Babylon 5 that I have not seen. And Farscape. I haven't seen Farscape either. So if you're making Farscape jokes, they're going to elude me. If you make a Battlestar Galactica joke, I'll get that shit. Because I love Battlestar Galactica. I love that in Battlestar Galactica, the fighters are nimble and they actually show some really cool stuff. Of the two, watch Babylon 5. Ah. Well, I feel like no animated or movie version of Goku actually got Goku's character right. Because Goku in the manga really didn't give a shit about girls or clothes. That is true. That is true. He didn't really give a shit about clothes either. All he cared about was fighting. That's it. When Goku leaves for years at a time, and Chi-Chi is at home, he comes back, knocks Chi-Chi up, and then he leaves for years. He goes to Namek for like a year and a half. And Chi-Chi's back home. Then he dies and has a chance to come back, but he's like, nah, I'm gonna explore the other world. And he stays there for like 10 years doing fights and stuff in the other world tournament. And then he comes back, and the only reason he comes back, not to see his wife, his son, or his new son that he hasn't even met yet. He comes back for a fucking fighting tournament. And the only reason that he stays is because Majin Buu showed up. And then the moment that he had the chance to go off somewhere else, he does it. Right after the Majin Buu saga, he goes back to the Kai's world to train with him. Immediately leaves his family again. Like, Goku does not care about anything but fighting. And what the series kind of make him more like a heroic character, where he's like, he does the right thing and he saves people, and he does, but he doesn't save people because it's the right thing to do. He saves people because he wants to fight the bad guy. That is a really interesting aspect of character of Goku's character that I think is missing from a lot of the anime, and particularly a lot of the American dub of the anime. If you watch the Japanese version of it, they nail his character a little more closely with the manga, but they do deviate a lot in the subbed version of it. But that was one of the things that drew me to Goku, because, yeah, he's a good guy, but he doesn't care about being the good guy. He cares about fighting the strong bad guy. Like that's the only thing that he cares about. Did you watch the original one or did you watch Kai? Because they did change a lot of things in Kai to bring it more in line. But compared to the original material, the Goku in the American dub is nowhere near as callous and hand-wavy as he is in the Japanese stuff. Oh, you just watched Dragon Ball. Okay, yeah. So, the Dragon Ball series is pretty good. When you go into Dragon Ball Z, yeah, they did a really good job with Goku in Dragon Ball. I'm more referring, like, the events that I was referring to was more in Dragon Ball Z, when he gets married and he has a son, Gohan. Goku does nothing to raise his son. Absolutely nothing. He's an absentee father 99% of the time. The only time he ever cares about Gohan is when Gohan shows some interest in wanting to learn how to fight. And then he has time for Gohan. And the moment Gohan stops showing that interest, he doesn't have time for Gohan anymore. Yeah. Dragon Ball did a good job of showcasing Goku as he was as a kid. That they did do that. It's the American versions of Dragon Ball Z that kind of stray a little bit. Dragon Ball Super really does kind of bring it back. I haven't seen Kai, so I can't comment on that, but I know Kai is kind of a remake of Dragon Ball Z. And Dragon Ball GT is just strange. Technically, Dragon Ball GT is after Dragon Ball Super, because apparently Super Saiyan 4 is more powerful than Super Saiyan God. True, but I think that was only because Goku didn't have anybody to fight. When the Saiyans showed up, it opened up Goku's eyes that there are people off his planet that are stronger that he can go fight. Yeah, Piccolo's death in Dragon Ball GT is not good times. And Vegeta as a businessman is like, what the hell? What? Did you see that mustache he had? What? No. You can't do that to Vegeta. Vegeta's my favorite character in Dragon Ball. You can't do him like that. And then the moment you reintroduce Vegeta, he gets taken over by Baby. I'm like, really? Didn't they just do this with Majin Buu? Like, how come every time Vegeta shows up, he gets taken over by a bad guy? Dragon Ball. I remember. Good times. I don't remember when I first encountered Dragon Ball. It was in the 90s. My first introduction to anime was Sailor Moon. Bulma has used guns in the series multiple times. I literally shared a meme the other day. It was a mage, and they were casting like spells, and they're like, "Well, I'm out of magic. Time to use American magic," and they pulled out a Glock. Like, yep, out of mana, time to use American magic. Yeah, Sailor Moon, because my sister used to watch it on Saturday mornings and on mornings before school, right? That was her time with the TV, and she watched Sailor Moon. So I'm just sitting there watching it too, and I'm like, first off, it's a time travel story, so naturally I fall in love with the story. And then between the two of us, she never finished the series. I watched all 5 seasons of it. I haven't seen Crystal. But the original Sailor Moon, I watched all 5 seasons, and I've read a lot of the manga for Sailor Moon. And I watched all the movies. So like, I've seen like all of Sailor Moon. It's a really interesting story. I'm always a fan of time travel stories. Always. And Sailor Moon, like, opened my eyes. Okay, if all anime is this good, I'm gonna check out some other ones. And I think the next anime I looked at was called Record of Lodoss War, which a lot of people don't know anything about. But then suddenly, out of nowhere, like 4 years ago, someone made a Deedlit game. And I'm like, okay. Supposedly the androids were impervious to such things. Though, yeah, Record of Lodoss War was good. There were two versions of it. The original one was good. The second one, Papa Parn, yeah, not so much. And then, like, every time I've mentioned Record of Lodoss War to somebody, nobody has any idea what I'm talking about, and I'm like, oh, even my anime is too old for you. But then, like 4 years ago, somebody made a Deedlit game. It is on Game Pass. So if you have Game Pass, there's a Record of Lodoss War, like Metroidvania with Deedlit. I think it's a Metroidvania. Which is awesome, because somebody else knows about this anime. And then it was after that I got into what is probably my favorite anime, Rurouni Kenshin. I love Kenshin's character. I got into Dragon Ball shortly after that. I found Neon Genesis Evangelion, which is one of my favorite animes of all time. Somehow I missed Cowboy Bebop, and I still haven't seen it. And everybody gives me shit about that. Somehow I skipped it. Just jumped right over Cowboy Bebop. Didn't see it. Saw Gundam. Mobile Suit Gundam Wing. Saw that. What was after Gundam Wing? I did, yeah, I've seen Trigun. Yeah, the 60 billion double dollar man. I've always wondered, what's a double dollar? Like, really? Plants are that cool? Really? But yeah, I've seen Trigun, yeah. Yeah, that's what everybody says. How have you not seen Cowboy Bebop? Have you seen all these classic animes? You haven't seen It's like the best one. I'm like, yeah, but everybody's talked it up so much. What if I watch it and it sucks? Right? I don't want to be that guy that hates Cowboy Bebop. But I got a buddy, there's a buddy of mine, he's also a YouTuber, his name's Brick Road. He hates anime. Hates it with a passion. He has seen Cowboy Bebop and loved it. Haven't seen 3 by 3 Eyes? I have not, no. And so I was thinking, if Brick Road likes Cowboy Bebop, like, there's got... But what if I don't like it? I don't want to be that guy that has to come back and say, you know what, I kind of hated it, because, I have seen Full Metal Alchemist too. I love Full Metal Alchemist. I like Brotherhood better than the original. Brotherhood is a little more true to the manga, and Brotherhood has the scene where Roy Mustang burns Envy to death, which is absolutely fantastic. If you haven't seen Brotherhood, watch it. It's good. Beware episode 4. If you've seen Brotherhood, you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, when Roy Mustang burns Envy to death, that's awesome. He goes into that big thing, like, how you really gonna give me a bigger target? I love that. Yeah. Wolf's Rain. I've never heard of Wolf's Rain. I have not. I have seen many anime. Dot Hack Sign is another anime that I've seen. I recently watched One Punch Man, which is silly in the extreme, but really enjoyable. These are like Firefly. I loved Firefly. Firefly is awesome. How they canceled that show is beyond me. Like, I don't understand how that got canceled. I don't understand how that, after it got canceled, didn't get picked back up by the Sci-Fi Channel like so many of the other shows that Fox was stupid enough to cancel. If I like Firefly, then watch Cowboy Bebop. Do they have a character like Mal? Because Mal is absolutely my favorite in Firefly. Let's see, like right when I fell in love with Mal was right at the beginning when they did the train job, and he had that guy. He's like, "This is all the money that Nishka offered us up front. We're gonna give it back, and we're square." And the guy like gets up and spits in his face. He's like, "We're gonna hunt you down to the end." And Mal kicks him, and then he trips and gets sucked into the engine. And he's like, "Ah, damn." And then he brings the other guy over and he nails him down. And he's like, "This is all the money that Nishka gave us in advance." And the guy stands up. He's like, "Yeah, I got you. I'm with you right there. You're square." He just saw the other. That was it. I fell in love with the show in that scene. They should have made the budget for it. A couple of seasons of Firefly would have absolutely taken off. That would have been fantastic. Y'all gonna have me put on Cowboy Bebop like after the stream. I'm gonna go put on Cowboy Bebop. And a dog. I have been meaning to watch it, but I don't want it to suck. I will move Cowboy Bebop to the top of my list. I do have a lot of free time with the jobs and stuff that I'm working right now where I can put on a show while I'm working. And so I will put on some Cowboy Bebop and watch through Cowboy Bebop. And then I will get back to you with my opinions on Cowboy Bebop. I hope I like it. Because I don't want to be that guy. I really don't want to be that guy. Yeah, I've heard the anime is better. I've also heard that I need to watch this anime on the subbed version, on the dubbed version, not the sub version. Because the English voice acting is better than the Japanese. Which is strange. But that's what everybody tells me about this show. Like like when I watched Naruto, I watched all of Naruto and Shippuden. Yes, I'm that. Yeah, don't ask. I watched it all in Japanese. When I watched Dragon Ball, I watched that in Japanese too. My second time through Sailor Moon, I watched it in Japanese. Normally the Japanese acting is just way better. But everybody tells me, like, if I'm gonna watch Cowboy Bebop, I need to watch it in English and not Japanese. Because the English voice acting is amazing and just way better. Yeah, everybody says the English is fantastic. And if you have the choice, watch it in English because it's better. So yeah. And if I like it, of course I'm going to watch the live action version of it because the jazzy music is to die for. I've always liked jazzy anime music. There's a really cool opening song. I think it's Outlaw Star that has a really kind of jazzy rock opening thing that is really fantastic. A pack of sentient wolves are trying to find the promised land. That seems really that idea feels like the wolves in Robert Jordan's work. What's it called? Wheel of Time, right? Because you have the wolves there that have this like dream world, and then they have like people who are like wolfkin, which is a really interesting idea. Tensei Muyo? I have not seen Tensei Muyo, no. We're only just now building the first of the interstellar logistics system. There's 6 more that we have to make after that. I see Inuyasha. No, I haven't seen Inuyasha either. Yeah, like I've seen the anime. My anime list has a lot of holes in it, right? I haven't seen Inuyasha. I haven't seen Death Note, which is another classic anime that people talk about. I haven't seen Samurai Champloo or whatever it's called. I have not seen Ranma 1/2, which is another anime that a lot of people talk about. I have seen Hunter x Hunter. I have not seen Big O, but I do know of it. Same as Inuyasha. I mentioned Gundam Wing. I have seen Seven Deadly Sins. I have not seen Touch. I have not seen Bleach. That is just intimidating. I have seen Naruto and Naruto Shippuden. And my resounding feelings about Shippuden is it's got about 500 episodes of filler that don't need to be there. Like, I literally was watching the episodes, got caught up on the main story, took 6 months off of watching it, and came back, and I was still 2 episodes away from getting to the end of the filler arc that they had in there. 6 months of filler they had. Doc, that's crazy. And when I see something like Bleach, and it's got like 900 episodes, and I'm like, I bet 500 of those are not needed. Like, yeah. I haven't seen One Piece either. Which is something that people keep telling me to rectify. Like, you haven't seen One Piece? Like, yeah, I know. A lot of people didn't finish Shippuden because it had so much damn filler. Like, we just want to see the end of the Ninja War. I don't care about what happened in the Chunin exams. That was over in Naruto. Like, stop flashing back to when they were 5. Finish the Ninja War. I ended up waiting till Boruto came out before I went back and finished Naruto. And then I just skipped to all the parts that were of the actual Ninja War. Because that's what I wanted to see. I didn't care about any of the... Like, oh, this happened right after the Chunin exam. I'm like... I don't care. I thought it was interesting that Naruto is technically still... What are they? A Genin? The first rank of ninja? He was still the first rank of ninja when he was elected Hokage. I am not really a big fan of sports. Of the sports that I watched on like TV, hockey and baseball is pretty much the limit. Like, I have a favorite football team, but they kind of suck. My team is the team that almost can. Like, as a buddy of mine, because me and my best friend both like the same football team, the San Francisco 49ers. And the 49ers are a good team. They can almost win the Super Bowl multiple times. Almost. And then people make fun of me in baseball because I like the Yankees. And I'm like, what? The Yankees are awesome, man. Derek Jeter is like the best shortstop in the history of baseball. And then I've liked hockey. I blame the Mighty Ducks for liking hockey. Because after I watched those movies, I actually got into watching professional hockey. The Bruins are an awesome team. Touch is a baseball anime? Ooh. That might be interesting because baseball is kind of a foreign concept in Japan. It's not, baseball is the American sport as it's seen by a lot of people over there. Another anime that I have on my list that people have recommended is Sword Art Online, because I was a fan of Dot Hack Sign. But then I was really a fan of Dot Hack Sign because I love the Dot Hack RPG games, which are actually on my RPG list. If you guys want to pop into the poll channel on Discord, you can vote. I think the next RPG that is currently winning after Kingdom Hearts is Pokemon Blue. Yeah, because I think it's voting on Pokemon type right now. It's what's in the poll. Here it is. Oh no, yeah, it's still voting. It's still voting on one. Yeah. Oh no, Dot Hack Infection is actually winning. Wow. Okay, we may see Dot Hack on the channel. Yeah, currently on the poll, Dot Hack Infection was it. Pokemon Blue was winning for a while. But yeah, it looks like Dot Hack has taken the lead. And the next game after Assassin's Creed is gearing up to be Spyro 3. And after Horizon Zero Dawn, right now it's going to be Heavy Rain. Sword Art Online is alright. It's not great, but it's a nice filler. Well, I really like the idea in Dot Hack. Where's my... Here it is. Of having an MMO where people are getting stuck in the game, right? Your consciousness is being pulled into your character, and so your body falls into a coma, and you're actually stuck inside the game. That's a really interesting idea. And that's the premise of what's happening in Dot Hack. Cross game, might like cross game better. I'll put it on the list, but I think if I check the next anime I'm gonna check out, it's probably gonna be Cowboy Bebop. There are too many people, including people I know that hate anime, they're telling me I need to watch Cowboy Bebop. So I think it's definitely gonna be Cowboy Bebop. My YouTube, I'm watching, I have like preview videos of the different streams, and I don't know why, even though I leave my YouTube stream thing up on a different monitor so I can watch what's happening there, it always falls behind. Like it's playing at half speed for some reason. I don't know. Anyway, it's getting on towards 5 o'clock in the morning here, and I did get a job pop into my queue earlier, so I have some work to do. So yeah, and I am going to be streaming this afternoon. We're going to be back at about 3 o'clock p.m. for, what are we playing today? Assassin's Creed 2? Yeah. We'll be back about 2 o'clock for 2 o'clock. 3 o'clock for Assassin's Creed 2, and then more late night Dyson Sphere after that. Yeah. I doubt anybody I know is online right now. Let's see if anybody is up around and doing stuff. Not really. Anybody streaming Dyson Sphere? Well, a couple of people. Anybody streaming Dyson Sphere in English? Alright. So I don't really see anybody. We'll skip the raid for tonight. But yeah. Well, thank you guys for watching, and I will catch you on the flip side. Nari out.